Okay. Okay, great. We will also use this one. Okay, so before starting to the lecture, one quick thing. Uh, sorry about making this class online today. I mean, in the morning time, as you know, like the weather was terrible. When I checked my weather app, it was saying raining all day. That's why I decided to move the class to online. But I mean, right now, I guess the weather is okay. It's not that bad. I didn't want to change in the last minute. I didn't want to change 2 times. So that's why we will have online today, and that's okay. I mean, once in a while we can do online lectures. That's entirely fine. And also, like today's lecture, it will be a little bit easier for me because like I have my home setup, like two different monitors, so I can also show you the Linux codes and like instructions and like real-time representations and so on easily. So yeah, today our class will be like this, but we will continue our face-to-face lectures on Tuesday. So yeah, like after today's online lecture, the next week we will continue the lectures face-to-face. Okay, so let's start today's lecture. Today's lecture will be extremely important because we will learn how to implement codes in Bash. So we will learn Bash scripting. It is extremely important concept. So we will need to understand that importantly because like that will be also your first programming assignment, first lab work, implementing some stuff on Bash. Whenever the time comes, I will assign your assignment as well. But let's start learning how to implement code in Bash and what is Bash, what is shell scripting, and so on. So basically, shell script is file. It's a code that contain the shell commands. You will write the commands, and then when you run the commands, it will execute. It's similar like a programming language, like a scripting language. It has its own syntax and so on. But the good thing about this shell script is it can execute the shell codes. So for programming assignments, I mean, uh, you need to do some system calls, right? Like if you implement in C, yeah, it's a little bit better, but for Java and Python and the other languages, system calls can be a little bit hard to deal with that. You need to give permissions and so on, but you need to know the specifics. But for the code that you write on the terminal, now I'm talking about you will write the code like the terminal codes and stuff line by line, whatever. And then when you execute, it will execute one by one. So basically, these shell scripts are extremely important because like you can automate lots of things. You can process the files, you can process the logs, you can execute anything, like basically anything you write a single line in the terminal. Now you can do many different things at the same time. So this one actually shell scripting gives you lots of power. So majority of the time, uh, when you deal with a server, either creating your, let's say, uh, cloud environment or web server or whatever, even with building something, building your entire code base and so on, you will need a script. You will need a shell script to do that. So even I mean thinking about like I don't know if any of you try like GitHub, maybe implement your code and uh, bring the code from GitHub, run it, and something like that. Even at that time, you need to have some kind of script to do that. It's one of the job of shell scripts. By the way, this is just the generic stuff. So anything with the automation related, yeah, shell script will give you significant power. It's extremely important. To write a shell script, you need to do a couple of things. Number one, the first line of your script will be it will start with shebang. So this shebang is basically is the telling your script, telling your computer to like where, like which code will execute your instruction, your script. In this case, the first line will be bin bash. So your bash, this is why we call that bash script. The bash will execute your code. If you write bin, let's say Python 3, means Python 3 will execute your code and so on. So for bash scripting, this shebang will be your first line of your code. This will be the first line of any script that you write. Okay, next you will write some code, whatever the code. The thing about the script, since this is executable, your like whenever you create a new file, it will not have an execute permission. So since it doesn't have an execute permission, you need to give an executable permission to that file, and after that you will run the code like this. And after that, if you want to give the comments, you will use this sign to give the comments. So here is the first example. I will also show how it works. So as you can see, the first line will be bin bash, and then this is a hello world example. You will write these codes to do the hello world. Let me actually go to, okay, let's see. I believe I wrote it here. I don't want to write it again, but I will shortly discuss, but I want to show you one thing. Let's say test class. Should I supposed to? I want to delete this one so it will not confuse us. Let's say test class sh. Okay, so if you see the code here, by the way, can you see the code? You can see the code, right? In my screen. Let's see. I can make it a little bit bigger if it is not very good visible, like the visibility. Let's make it a little bit bigger, I guess. That would be better for you. Is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
better.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so here is the first line in my code that I will write. It will be the bin bash, so I will tell my code to execute in the bash. This is used for commenting, so I will just comment, okay, print string. This is the command. When you write echo, echo means write anything that you see it here. So if I type anything after echo, that will be the printing. So it will be actually, let me open terminal. So if I type echo, similar to here, right? Hello here, it will write hello. Anything after echo means it will be here as well. Let me actually, it's too big for me. Oops. Okay, the next thing that I want to show is here, printf. You can, like, this is similar to C, Java, like this, like system out println kind of stuff. So we also have a code printf, which we can use printing some stuff. Printf also works in this manner. If you can directly use, oops, sorry. Printf is actually in the bash, not in the here, but anyway, printf in the bash. It is not a terminal code, it's a bash code, script code. You can write printf. This s is called substitute. Substitute means take whatever the value in here, put it here. This n means new line. Without new line, Like in echo already puts new line altogether, but in printf you need to write this new line escape character, otherwise it will not put new line. Next, you can assign variables. We will see variable assignments as well. You can assign the variables, and if you type echo variable or similar manner with substitute variable, it will also work. So okay, let me type lsl. I want to show you this stuff. Okay, here with the test class. As you can see, I don't have execute like X permission here, here, or here. So I don't have execute permission. If I type test class sh like this, as you can see, I'm trying to execute something. Permission denied. I cannot execute it directly. So what I need to do here, I have to write chmod. I have to give execution permission to that text class. If I type lsl again, here I just give executing permission to my current user. If I type test class sh now, as you can see, it will run my code and I will get my output. So first is the hello world. Echo, it is coming from echo. The second hello world 2 is coming from printf. The third one is coming from variable. The fourth one is coming from variable but using printf. So we will actually, this is a simple printing hello world. We will use this one like using echo or variable, something like that, printf and so on, a lot. So let me actually clear this. I can type this hello world actually. Hello world, I can keep it like this. And I will use that. Okay. Next, let's try to understand one more thing. Okay, so let me. Okay, as I said, this is, in this case, it's hello world. This is the way we execute our stuff. There is also another execution version, which is called sh. It is executing scripts as well. Okay, so executing like this or this, both of them is the way we execute stuff, but they are not the same. They are actually extremely different. Okay, so when you use dot with the escape character with the script name, it means directly execute. And if you type sh with the script, means two different things. The thing is, when you use script and execute it like this, it will basically choosing the different interpreter. So basically it will go to the tab on the like shebang, read the shebang, and execute the script by using that specific character. So for example, if you had this line as your shebang, like Python 3 in your executable, when you write the code, when you execute the code like this, it will go and read the first line. If this was your first line, it will execute your code as Python. So using this character is basically using uh, whatever your code is, Python or like a script language, whatever the script language you are using, execute the code like this. So this executable is actually quite important. We will use this one a lot. We will prefer this one a lot, and I will explain why in the next slide actually. But in order to execute a code, you need to have execute permission. In the previous example, as I showed you, like if you don't have execute permission in the current user, it will say permission denied. But if you give the permission, execute permission to the user, or if you are in the root, like if you are in the sudo mode, you will be able to execute in the code. Even like in the sudo mode, I believe it gives you permission to execute, but Yeah, you need to have permission. But if you run your code in sh with the script sh, not with dot escape character, you can also execute it. But the difference is in Ubuntu installation is basically runs on dash, not bash. Dash and bash, they are two different things. Some of the codes in dash, some of the codes in bash script will not work on dash. I will show you in a couple of examples later. If you use dash and bash, like you will see two different things. I will show you. But yeah, like if you use sh, it runs on dash. Dash is like a lightweight shell language. It doesn't provide many of the bash additional features. That's why if you have some bash specific code in your bash script, by using script.sh, your code may experience some kind of problems. But the thing is, it doesn't require execute permission. It can execute directly. So you don't need to write chmod dot plus x. You don't need to give the run permission. It doesn't use shebang, so it doesn't care about your shebang. Even if you write Python 3 or like bash 3, whatever the shebang is, it will go and execute the dash version, not the bash version. So the interpreter will be sh, not defined by your shebang. So if you want to do like a dot escape character script is easier executing, and we will use that a lot. But if you check online resources and if you see sh script.sh or alternatively, if you see bash script.sh, something like that on online, it's also like you can also like don't be surprised. But direct execution is easier in our case because it will be it will directly execute the shebangs defined by shebangs. But the thing is, let's say you want to execute something but you don't have a user permission, means the server is not yours, the virtual machine is not yours or anything, and if you don't have sudo access, you may not run the script directly. You may need to use bash or sh to run your code. This is a different issue. Okay, what else we discuss? Oh, formats. Okay, so as we discuss in the hello world example, when I type echo, it basically gives directly with like this, right? I don't need to put slash n new line when I use echo. But when I use printf, specifically here and hello world 2 and hello world 4, as you can see, I put a specific escape character. Okay, assume that I want to write hello world 5. If I don't put escape character here, and let's say I want to write hello world 6 as well with escape character here, what will happen? Let's print. As you can see, hello world 5, no new line. And the next item that I'm trying to do will be directly like without any line, right? So you can think this printf without new line as like system out print in Java, and this one is system out print ln, right? So ln means new line in Java. In this case, it's the similar idea. Okay, so there are like other stuff that we can do here. Let me actually show it next slide and then we can come back here. There are several approaches in printf, and printf is extremely useful because like we will use this printf a lot in when you do the codings, and in your professional life you will do that as well. I mean, again, this is like a system out println in your Java code. So like, I mean, majority of your code, like half of your code will be system out println, right? Like you will use system out println for several different things. So you can see why printf is important. There are like specifiers, like we have .s is for a substitute for string. You can also use .d for integer replacement, .f for floating point replacement. These are the escape characters. So if you want to use, if you want to display backslash, use escape character with the backslash. If you want backspace character, it's like B. New line is N. Carriage return is R. Horizontal tab is T. Vertical tab is V, and so on. Right? These are just generic stuff. So let's see from the example. Let me delete this one. If I want to print, in the example what I did, let's do something more complicated. Let's write print f. I want to print name. Let's say, let me keep it short, then I will show it in a better way. And let's say an age 25. I want to print this one. Let me clear this. If I want to, like, if I run this one, as you can see, name Alice, age 25. Let me actually remove this one, these prints, so we can just focus on this one. And let's do another new line is here. Clear? Here. Name is Alice, and then age is 25. Okay, so this is an entire string, and I'm just printing the entire string, right? But in printf, we observe replacements. Replacements are specified with S is for string, D for integer. So I can basically write the code like this. I can say this is S. Here it will be Alice. And let's see what is the return here. As you can see, the same stuff. Oops. Alice, name Alice. But as I did, like substitute with the first item. The next, let's replace this age. Age is integer replacement, so I will write it with D. If I say 25 here, what will happen? Clear? Here, replace. So the first one will be replaced with the first item. Since I'm writing S, which is string, it will be replaced. The next one will be D, which is integer replacement. It will be replaced with the second item. So what I did, I just write printf like this and write Alice and D, which gave me, which basically made my job easier. I can also do a couple of more things here. I mean, let's see. I can put with T, which will give me tab. So here, as you can see, just put a tab here. So I can use this idea to make it print it better, print more good, and so on. There are like other options, several other options. Okay, so another thing that we need to understand is we can use printf to do the formatted output. So for example, I can say, what is this one? Let me actually show it here, so I can also show it there as well. For printf, we have like several display, several output format as well. So for example, I don't want to write this one, but I will show the second one, but you can check the first one and the output here. You can use this format to replace the string with left alignment. Like for example, it will be align another alignment here, replace the value so you can just make the prints better and better and so on. This is one approach. Another thing is we can use this one printf to write floating points as well. So for S is string, as we learn. For D is for integer. I can also write F, replacing F, this one, for floating point. The good thing about the floating point, like formatted output, you can just type like this. For example, let's see dot 3F. It will indicate take 3 digit after the decimal. So I can write a code like this, new line, and I can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, whatever the number. Let's print this one. This is coming from the first printf. The second one, as you can see, 3 digit after the decimal. So my number is like this huge one, and I just printed 3 decimal. You can change it this, let's say for 5, here, 5 digit after the decimal. So printf actually gives you quite nice power. So we use echo for simple output. Echo automatically puts a new line. It is easy for quick messages. But if you need a better output, formatted output, you need to write printf. You can use formatted output like I showed you. You can basically, like you have more power. Echo is simple. Echo will print whatever you write. Printf will, like you will have more and more options that you can do. Okay, next. If you go to Canvas, I already uploaded this stuff. Let me actually see. These references are already on Canvas, so you can basically see all those stuff. You can download it and you can and you need to do that. Actually, I will not cover all of them. That will be your job to check. I will just show a couple of stuff here. Each of these scripts will, for example, let's see. Each of them, this is the first one. Each of them contains some codes to explain stuff. I will cover some of them, but not all of them. So you can use this uploads to learn more details. For command line, this is the first script. For variable assignment, it's the second one. The third one is variable typing for quoting, for escaping, and so on. Each of the script will teach you something. For example, let's go to our Linux environment. Clear here and escape here. Okay, this is the first script that you need to analyze. Okay, bin bash, this is the bash script. This is for command line argument manipulation. Okay, in scripting, in bash scripting, this indicates the argument number 1. This will be the script name. This will be argument number 2, number 3, number 2, 3, 4, and so on. So for example, if I type actually see if I have the permission. No, as you can see, I don't have the permission for this file. So first I need to give execute permission to this one. So now I can execute this code. Okay, if I execute the code like this, what will happen? I'm printing, like this is coming from the first, this is for the first echo. This is the second echo, is basically it will give the script name. Here, this is my script name, right? Here it will print it like this. How many arguments I gave? I didn't give any arguments. So 0 argument. What is my first argument? Nothing. The second, third, whatever, like all those arguments, I didn't give anything. So Okay, let me run this code with like this. Arg1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm just giving arguments, right? Each of these are arguments. What happened? What is my script name? The name of the script. This is argument number 0. As you can see, it is coming from this one, and I'm trying to print this one. How many arguments I gave? 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 arguments. What is the first argument? First argument is defined by this. This is number of arguments, how many arguments I gave. This is number 1, which is argument number 1, argument number 2, argument number 3. For the 9 one, I didn't give 9 arguments, so it is empty. For 11, I didn't give, so it's 11 and so on. If I want to print all the arguments as a one string, I need to write it like this: $sign with @sign, $sign with star. It will show it with array, as you can see. If I want to shift, I will use shift command. So as you can see, it shifts all the arguments, and so on. Like you can play with that, and you can see more and more details, and so on. So the important thing about this one, if you are writing a bash script, and that bash script, if it needs to receive a, let's say you're implementing ls listing, right? So for example, ls. If you type ls, it will give you output like this. But if you type ls l, it will give you a different output. Let's analyze this code. ls. What is ls? The name of the script. What is l? L is the flag that you are trying to give. So L is basically an argument that you are trying to give, right? So if you type ls_l, means your script, your ls script, your ls is a bash script, ls is a code, right? If you want to execute, it needs to be able to read the arguments as well. Because each argument, like your code needs to receive input from argument. That's one of the most important thing that we do, right? Even in Java, when you code, how you code system, like when you write the main, you also write the argument part, which will request it arguments from the user. So requesting argument from user, it's quite important concept. That's why the first slide is basically, the first script is basically teaching you how to receive arguments from the user. Okay. Next, several important things that we need to understand. For example, if I type lsl, it will give me output. If I type echo $sign with question mark, $sign question mark means exit status. In Linux environment, 0 means success. So in this code, the last successful code that I wrote, it is lsf, and I successfully receive the output, right? So my exit code for this instruction is 0. When I write echo $sign question mark, I will receive 0 as an output. But if I write, let's say ls non-existing path, just writing something. Here, ls cannot access non-existing path, no such file or directory. Incorrect, right? Not the correct one. So if I type echo, again, what is my output? It's 2. It is not 0 anymore. Means it is not successful. Means it has an error. So this is a little bit different than our regular coding, right? I mean, usually 0 means unsuccessful, 1 means success, but in Linux environment, 0 means success. So we will use actually this idea. This idea will be quite important. So let's go back here. Yes, 0 means success, and other than 0 means not success. Okay, why I wanted to show you this one? Because I will show you, okay, in the next, when we write if and if else, like that type of code. This is the generic structure that we write. So if we write a command, that command like the condition, we write then, after that we write whatever inside of the if, then we write phi to exit if. So this is an example if code. Okay, why I want to show you this. So let's see. Let me create a test sh. I don't want to copy paste here. Let me copy paste this one first. Let's say if case. This one. Let me give the permission to test. Okay. Okay. Let's write this code. If ls l, then echo code successful fit. Let's see how it works. Here, what it did, first execute the code. The code is lsl in this case. Since the code was successful, then it went inside to if case and executed. The thing that I'm trying to show you here, if the like in the programming languages, here we write a condition, right? We write I greater than 5, I is smaller than 3, something like that. But in bash scripting, the idea is condition can be code as well. So that code will be executed, and if that execution is successful, it will go inside. Okay, if I write the previous example, let me write what was something like that. Let me see what will be the result. Here, as you can see, it executed the code. The code is ls non-exist. No such file directory. It is an incorrect code. Means this if will be wrong. So it will not go inside. So code is not successful. Is this clear? This is quite important. Okay. See. Let's see if I write grep root etc swd. Actually, let's see. Why it doesn't print good? Anyway, let's actually go here. Okay, a couple of more things. The thing is, this one doesn't have to be a. If I write the code like this, in programming languages, if you write the code like this, or I can also say echo code, let's say 0 is true. Let me also write the else case so we can see the difference. You can write else here. Let's write echo 0 is false. And then I can write phi. Okay, here is if and if else case, right? Simple if else case. In Java, if you write the code like this, what do you expect? You would expect the else case, right? Because like 0 means majority of the time, like 0 means incorrect, false. So if I run the code here, what will happen? 0 is true. Why? This is not a condition. This is just saying like if you just write 0, means it will execute it correctly. So 0 is not treated by like it is not treated by as binary. It is not Boolean constant. It is just the number in this case. I can also write it code like this. Let's say if I write this one, let's write false. What do you expect here? I mean, if false, do I need to like echo, like which code will be executed? Echo false is true or false is false? Let's try. Here, false is true. So this one is actually not Boolean character anymore. This is just the string. So string is true. String will result as 0. So basically, if you write anything here, doesn't matter. False is true. Like this number is true. So inside of this if will be executed. Let's say -1. False is true. So inside of if will be executed. Okay, what if I don't write anything here? Empty, null. False is false. So at this point, this will be executed as incorrect. So this is not correct anymore. So it will go to the else case and execute this one. Similar to ls example, if you type lsl, this will be, I'm sorry, flag I need to see. Ah, that's just see. ls will be executed, false is true. Like again, that can be string, number, something like that. But also that can be a code that can be executed by the shell as well. Is this clear so far? Hopefully. Let's move.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. So yeah, like for if test, like if you go to script, like the scripts that I uploaded, you can get more if test results. So you can check that slides. But here is just a generic example. Just because you put a number, just because you put false in that condition or true, doesn't matter. -1, +1, 0 doesn't matter. Everything will be considered as true because you are not providing Boolean constant. You are not providing false or true as a constant value. You are just providing a string value. That will, like the if case in the bash, will treat that as a string. Okay, so what else? Here is the generic if else condition. How we do if else, I will write if else, but I already show you. If you write the condition, you write then, you write the commands, then you write else, you write else commands, and then you write phi to finalize your construction. We also have like else if in Java and programming languages. So for else if we use elif. So similar idea, you write if with the condition, you write then commands, you write elif, and you write the second condition, you write then commands, then you write else, you write whatever the commands you have, and then you write phi. It will contain all the if else conditions. Let me see if else, let me quickly check one thing. Here is if else test. Yeah, it just shows like if you put 0, it will give you 0 true. If you write 1, it will be the same. Like there are several tests. I already showed you these many tests. So these are just tests, by the way, like not the condition, not condition stuff. So you can check this test in your free time and you will understand more. You can also write your own versions. It's up to you. That's out of my interest right now. Let me see. This one just show a couple of more tests. You can also check this one. See, let me take this here. This will hexadecimal and stuff. Yeah, I mean, arithmetic is different. That's why, like the condition, in condition arithmetic, it will be different. So we will discuss that later. But okay, so we need to understand one more thing. The thing is the difference between this one, and this one. These three of them, they are different in shell script. It is not the same. So this is basically traditional test. This is bash extended condition. This is more powerful. We will prefer this one actually. This is for arithmetics. For arithmetic comparisons, we will use that. So for example, you can this is the traditional test. As you can see, you can write the code like this. If name is Alice, and then you can write whatever, like it will make the comparison. So if you write it one, this is the traditional POSIX compatible test syntax. But in bash script, we prefer this one, because this one has more, this one will give us more power. So it's the extended condition. Not all condition comparisons work. Like if you write, like I will also show that later, but some condition like this, and if you write it like the single version, some of the bash condition comparisons will not work. So make sure you use two of them instead of one. Here is another example. As you can see, you can have more than one condition. Like this is and, this is for a equal case, this is for another case, and so on. There are like several versions you can use with this one. Here is arithmetic expressions. For arithmetic expressions, it's a little bit different. So for the comparisons, we will use this one for arithmetic comparisons, because like the other one will treat it as a string comparisons, direct comparisons. So for arithmetic evaluations, you will use this symbol. So let's actually take it here. Let's see. These ones. If I write count 10, by the way, when you assign variables in bash, don't use space. As you can see, especially for integers, as you can see, I just put directly the value. I didn't put space or anything. So I will use if this one count, if count greater than 5, echo. Yes, count is, let's say count is good. Let me print this one. Count is good because count is greater than 5. If it was smaller, as you can see, it didn't press anything because like I didn't write an else case, so it didn't go inside the count one. Okay, so I want to show one more thing before. I mean, yeah, like there are like several things: greater than, smaller than, equal case, not equal case. You can do lots of different things here. This is the another stuff. Okay, so what I want to show you, count plus plus. Let me print that. This one font. Let me actually write it here so it will be easier to show. As you can see, count plus plus made it 11, right? Because it is correct. Like inside of the if, it will treat as like incremental, like an integer. So it will increase the value. When I print it, it will print the value 11. The reason I'm showing you is, remember when I say the difference between executing the code like this with sh. Let's try to run this code with sh. As you can see, count plus plus not found. So same code, if I execute it with dot executable, it will execute bin bash, which is my shebang. But if I use sh with test sh, as you can see, the code didn't run. So this is extremely important, because like, especially when you write the code, like when you write something and if you try to execute the code with sh, it will try to execute it with dash, not bash. So if you like some of the bash code, for example, count plus plus in this case, plus plus, it's a bash script code. It is not a dash script. Dash is a subset of bash. So using sh and using dot execute code, they are not the same, as you can see. Okay, let's move. Here is the stuff that we cover. Oops. Here is the thing that I explained. Executing with executable with sh, they are different. Here.
Professor, someone's raising their hand.
A question? Okay, let me. Oh, we have the chat. Oh, sorry, I didn't check the chat. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the chat. It didn't show me the notification. So let me check the questions. Let's see, could execute Python script and JavaScript with the same bash file. I never tried that, but like shebang is basically on the top. So so you either write a JavaScript shebang or you either write a Python script. But the thing is, like, if you implement your code in Python, there are like libraries that you can use to execute JavaScript code as well. So you don't have to write like two separate codes and something like that. You can just write a Python script directly and include JavaScript. But you need to check that syntax. I don't remember the syntax in my mind, but it's possible. But you don't write two different shebangs in a single file. That's the main idea. The first line will be the shebang that you will put. In that case, in your case, if it is Python 3 or JavaScript, whatever the executable you will use, it will be only one. But again, you can use you can solve that problem in the coding time. Next, why didn't allow you to increment in the then section? You mean when I write it here? So the thing is, like, I did count plus plus. Count is nothing. Count is not like I will show that in. Give me a little bit time. I will show you, because incrementing, like doing integer related stuff, is a little bit different. I will show that in probably in next slide or the other slide. Like I'm coming to that part later. Just give me a second.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. This is for traditional POSIX test. We will not use it more. This is the bash condition. This is the strong version. We will prefer this one for generic comparison, like string comparisons and stuff. This is for arithmetic comparisons. So for logical test, string file logical, and we will use this. In case you do some arithmetic comparison, you will use this one. Okay. Well, just a second. Let me check. So first file, integer comparisons here. Where is my integer values. And let's see. Okay, more stuff that maybe we should discuss. Let's say this is variable 1, which is 10. This is variable 2. Let's make it 6. This is also important comparison. 1 is greater than variable 2. This is also something we should see. Why it doesn't save it. As you can see, variable 1 is greater than variable 2. So you can basically write your variables, like this is quite useful as well. You can write your variables and then you can basically make the comparison between two variables as well. So this is actually quite useful, right? I mean, since I'm doing integer comparison, I will use this one instead of the bracket version, and I can directly use this one. What else? I'm just checking the others, like I'm checking the script, so I'm trying to see if I don't miss anything. But the remaining part is, yeah, there are like several different examples that you can check. What else? Okay, if you do this, it will directly write variable actually. Oops. Let me see this one. What was the syntax for that? Uh, Something like that. I forgot how we. Hmm. Okay, that's the thing that I was trying to show. The reason increment in the section. The thing is, if you directly write variable plus plus like this, and if you print the variable, what will happen? This code is not found because like here is variable 1 doesn't make like it is nothing. It doesn't like it doesn't work it like that. Since I'm trying to do increment in the integer, I need to tell my script that treat this value as integer. And treat something in integer means using this one, like putting the code in this code. So when I type variable plus plus inside of this one, variable 1 value was 10. So treat it like integer. When I make plus 1 plus plus, as you can see, when I echo, it will. I didn't save it, sorry. The previous code still. Here it shows 11, 10 plus 1. So that's the thing that was the difference. If you put it inside of this one like this, then it will treat it as integer. Otherwise, it will not treat it as integer. And as you can see in the previous example, it will give you an error. Anyway, let's see. What else? What else we have? We have more time. We have 10 more minutes. Let's see the couple of more stuff then, since we have a little bit more time. For file operators, this is extremely important as well, and this will be actually a part of your lab one. In the programming assignment, you will use this file test stuff as well. In file, we have like several codes like for exist, for permission control, for if it is directory or if it is a regular file, you can check those stuff. You can compare two files and you can see if they are like which one is the newer one, which one is the older one, if they are equal or not, something like that. The file also has like several instructions. For example, let's see if I want to see if the file is if the file is file, for example, let me see. I can say file name is, we have test sh. I can say this will be now comparison, not integer comparison. I'm not doing integer comparison anymore. Oops. I can say compare file if this is a file. I can say file name, then we can echo, can say file is file not directory. Okay, as you can see, a simple code with test sh. We have test sh, which is a regular file. It is not a directory or anything. I'm just checking f, which was like compare if this is a file or not. And then let's save it. Let's execute this one. File is a file, not directory, right? This file test sh is just a file. So let's say if I put d, it will not print anything because d is checking if it is a directory or not. Let's see if I create a folder, test folder. I'm checking test folder if this is a folder or not, directory or not. As you can see, it went inside here and printed whatever the echo value printed here. If I check file, as you can see, it didn't print anything because like it is not a file, it is a folder. It's a directory. So basically by doing that in the inside of the if, you can use f to test if it is a file. You can put d as a flag to compare it if it is a folder, it's a directory or not. Or you can also say, let's change test sh. I'm checking if it is a file, it will print that it's a file. You can also put not, similar to our programming languages. You can say not. So it will take the inverse version, reverse the condition. Not if that file, since it is a file, not will make it false, inverse. So you will get this result. Okay, what else? Let's see. You can also check, I mean, let me actually show it here. My test sh has these permissions, right? Read, write, execute. All these permissions. So I can also type, let's say, exist, like E for exist or not. Read is for readable. Okay, the file is file is readable. I can check if it is readable, or you can check execute. That's Let's also write file is executable or not executable. Let's see. It's executable because I gave that permission. Okay, actually, let's see which one doesn't have execute permission. This one, this file doesn't have execute permission. As you can see, execute permissions are clear. Let me check that. File is not executable since it is not executable. So these file operations are actually quite important because like here is an example that we can use like you can check if the file exists or not, because like even in Java, even in your coding, if you deal with files, first thing you need to do is check if file exists or not. If you don't have the file, create new file, or don't create the file, do something, throw an exception. Java throws an exception if you are trying a file that doesn't exist, and so on. So in the bash script, you need to do the same. First, you need to check if the file exists or not, and then you can check if the file is readable, writable, or executable, and so on. You need to do this type of stuff. Here is the example test case that I wrote, so you can also use that. Anyway, let me quickly check one thing. Binary string for loops. Okay, we can actually stop here today. We cover lots of things. We cover lots of bash script stuff. So this is the end of file part. Uh, on Tuesday, we will cover binary comparisons. We will learn how to write for loop, while loop. We will learn like additional stuff as well for the bash script. Bash script is extremely important. That's why I'm telling, like, you need to understand. We cover lots of things today. Some of the scripts that I didn't cover is on the canvas, so you should go and check those scripts as well. It gives more examples. Try to implement your code. Do just a couple of tests and see what are the outputs you get, what are the errors you get, how you do stuff. If you are curious, try that in your virtual machine. And yeah, like the thing is, you will learn more stuff when you do things. Like you will receive lots of errors. You may not remember all those syntax, so you can use like ChatGPT or anything like the other web sources to remind yourself these syntaxes and so on, right? These are quite important concepts. Since we don't have time, we can stop here today. On Tuesday, I will continue. I will finalize this bash script part. What else? Yeah, on Tuesday we will continue our face-to-face lecture. So yeah, we can stop here. Any questions? Let me check the chat. Okay. Awesome. Have a nice weekend, everyone. See you on Tuesday.
See you.
Will I post these lectures? Do you mean the recordings? I didn't have plan to post this recording, but sure, yeah, like I can share this recording on Canvas, because like since this was an online lecture, some people may not be attend. So yeah, like it's a good idea. Yeah, I will post this lecture on Canvas. I will post the recording. Okay, no problem. Okay, bye.
FPS dropping? You think so? Like that on and if is bad. Oh no. It's for economic tools, people in weed. Nobody cares. Like this is this is a problem in 1970. That was a long time ago. So, like, the problem is that they had, like, way outdated messaging. Trump got rid of that. He did. He got rid of that in a big way. I think that's good. So, anyway, I saw it was really funny. Mehdi Hassan, noted terrorist supporter and defender, right? So, give me I use the bathroom. This is like, this is a problem in 1970. That was a long time ago. So, like, the problem is they had, like, way outdated messaging. Trump got rid of that. He got rid of that in a big way. I think that's good. So, anyway, I saw it was really funny. Mehdi Hassan, noted terrorist supporter and defender, right? So, give me I use the bathroom. The society of possibly channel. Think about that. Oh, this is what marriage 2008. He did not have it. He did not. It's not crazy hot, but it's hot. You know what I learned? I was watching. I know it's a tough level, but Fonz is a good faith. He's Tommy 10. Night, paradigms, whatever. First channel. Yeah, first channel. Oh, the one woman who.
Who's the guy? No, there's a guy he called out. He's like, I don't like this guy.
Goldblatt?
He's doing research on me. No, that's
Greenblatt.
ADL
guy.
Yeah,
the Johnson Greenblatt.
Is plotting night and day on how to help a Republican, Mike Rogers, win a Senate seat in Michigan. So Hassan did some campaigning with Abdullah Sayed, the Democrat who won the Democratic primary for that Senate seat in Michigan. Scumbags like Neera Tanden can't handle it. And so, again, working overtime to use Hassan Piker's commentary, somehow blame Abdul al-Sayed for that commentary, even though in this case, the commentary isn't even controversial, inaccurate, and it's all her effort to destroy his chances of winning that Senate.
So, Patriot destroying Vader Kansas, dirty Sanchez. So he talks about their affairs. Meanwhile, like, you know, like a bomb happens and fucking a bomb drops in the Middle East and everybody's saying like, oh my god, this is evil. Africa's a lost cause. There's people there that are trying to make their lives better. And, you know, there's like, so, no, the USGS official ability. Just don't breach, yeah, exactly. Just say to me, in game studio, right? So like, as don't they have that? Person playing as an idiot. Yeah, it just like makes the game look like awful. It's like you guys are watching me or something. Hey, give me the phone. Who made the call? I'm not stupid. Hey guys, how's it going down there? I'm not focused. We'll talk more later, okay? ¿Qué carajo? Tenemos un problema. Mierda, mierda, mierda! Oh. Goddamn.
Nice distraction, Jay. That'll be dramatic.
Oh, go up there. Get over.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Oh shit. God, that's equal rights.
Hey, try wearing a bitch.
This is scripted? You think it is?
Salad years, you know?
Okay.
Nothing is gonna beat who you are now. You can't see all the fucked up shit that's looming on the horizon.
Damn. Yeah, I'll do that. I don't want to get banned. So, yeah. Like, I don't want to get banned. So, yeah, I think, like, overall, like, if I go through this and I look at it, like, you know, some of the points of it, like, I go through, just, like, let me just pause and look at some of the shit. They even cellulite on her ass. Look at that. God damn, that's attention to detail, right, guys? So, there it is. I mean, like, I look at, let me see, can we do things in 3 minutes? Yeah, I think it's on first. Mine's so big. I think it's gonna be. So, like, I think it's pretty good. Like, I mean, the game looked fine. Like, I mean, I think that, you know, it like, there was, like, I would say that, like, I don't know really how to feel. Like, I played Grand Theft Auto 5 and, like, really get it. And, like, I don't know if there was really a grittiness to it, but, like, I think it was good. Like, I'll tell you that, it was good. So, what did you guys think? What did you guys think? Because, like, my overall opinion is that it was good. Like, I mean, like, if I saw this trailer and then somebody asked me, do you want to play this game? I would say the answer is yes, right? Like, this is a, like, you know, W-ad, right? W-ad for sure. And, Red Dead, I don't know. And what does this year gunplay looks okay? I think it's alright. It definitely does. The one main character's the game is good. I mean, we don't know yet, right? I have no idea. Not good, not bad. Can play, but just don't feel like it. Yeah, I mean, I think you're gonna have to wait and see. That's good writing. Game demonstration on Showcase looks fantastic. Final game doesn't come close to the ad. I think this is what happened here. I think that a lot of you guys really don't want this game to be good. That's what it seems like to me. It seems like, I mean, a lot of people seem like they really just don't want the game to be good. Like, I don't know if like anybody else has noticed this, but like, if I pause like the you know, all that, like, it definitely is true. So like, I'm not sure really. Like, I mean, all this kind of stuff, like the detail and everything, it's cool to look at the trailer. These are the kinds of things that don't make you buy a game, but like they're cool, right? I mean, it's cool to see like what the details of all this is, and, you know, like the new stuff they have in there, etc. It'll be amazing on PC. Yeah, like obviously I'm gonna play this shit on PC for fucking sure. So yeah, I can't wait to make her bad. You know, I don't know if you can make her bad. I don't know if you can change the way the character looks, right? Like the driving I think was good. I mean, like I feel like the best part of this were the chase scenes. Like that's like the chase scenes I think were the coolest and most interesting. Where like you have the police running after you and you're like shooting their fucking their tires out and they're crashing and everything. Like that by far I think was the coolest thing. Besides that, I mean like other things were cool too. I'm not saying that's the only thing that's cool, but like that was definitely one of them that I liked a lot. And so it's not coming on PC. Wait, what? So it's only on PS5? Wait, what? I thought it comes out on PC at the same time. It's on PC next year? Oh, bro, what? Oh shit, I didn't even know that. for fuck's sake, yeah, bro. I'm gonna go see if I buy a PS5 Pro. I'm not gonna buy one. But yeah, that's just it's annoying. It's annoying. It is what it is. So yeah, hype's gonna be gone. No, it's just annoying. Like I would just prefer not to play with a controller. And that's it. They're doing it before they all sell out. I get one, bro. Like I know somebody that knows somebody that'll get one. It's not gonna be a big deal. So the story and everything, like I don't really. There's like it seemed to me like it was just your typical, Pulp Fiction, like not the movie, but just the term, Pulp Fiction level, like low level crime storyline where you probably get roped into things that are like above your pay grade, etc. So yeah, I mean, like I think that's fine. That's okay. It's not a big deal. Bonnie and Clyde, yeah. And you can play it now on keyboard and console. I'm gonna lock that in. Don't
Hola.
Asking for
Easy.
Don't worry about it, it's gonna happen. So yeah, it'll be available on Xbox too. I just get a PS5 Pro, bro. I feel like a PS5 Pro is a higher quality device than an Xbox. Like it just is, even though it's more expensive, right? It's the best one. So like, and y'all are gonna want to see the best version of the game, right? I mean, you're gonna want to see the best version. So like, of course, I'm gonna show that. Now the characters, like how I feel about the way the characters look, I think the characters look really good. They do. The characters look great. Like I would say it all is totally fine. Like, it has to be put in context compared to that keyboard and mouse doesn't work on in-game on PS5 on menu. I figured it all out, bro. Like, I'm not gonna think about it right now. So, yeah, when it says here, I'm not sold on Jason's voice actor. I do think that, the criticism I saw it in chat as it was playing, the criticism of, like, it feels like a bit flat with, like, this voice actor for Jason. Like, I think that's a fair criticism, and I don't think that people are off base or, like, wrong for saying that. I think that's fair. But, again, like, I think it we'll just have to wait and see, and, it's wouldn't, it is. His character feels like, it's like kind of, it's almost like he didn't really, it's almost like he wasn't in the, like, this is the way it feels like to me, right? It's like, it's almost like he wasn't written into the story, and the story was just about her, and then they added him in, like, 6 months ago. Like, that's kind of the way it feels like to me, because, like, he's not really playing much of a role in it other than, like, maybe having a conversation or two, right? Like, maybe that's just me. That makes sense. I'm not saying that's what they did. I'm saying in general, like, that's the way it feels. And yeah, I mean, the driving with this game looks fucking badass. Like overall, looks good. He's too stoic. Yeah, definitely. And I think that you can have stoic characters, but you also want to have him like a stoic character. I think has to be kind of earned, right? Like with somebody like Master Chief, it's like you start off and he's introduced as like a super soldier warrior, Mjolnir armor, fucking like the best there is. Like with this guy, he's just like your everyday, like a level 1 crook, right? So I'd say that's a little bit different. And Clive on Final Fantasy 16 was good. Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good back and forth, right? Definitely. Maybe there's more. Yeah, and also like y'all gotta keep in mind that like this is all what we're seeing as like as just like this is the first like this is like 26 minutes of a game that's probably gonna be going on for a while. So that's, do you think it's worth the wait so far? I mean, I don't really care about worth the wait. Like I don't like the framing of that the way that you say that. Like worth the wait makes it seem like I would want to get a bad game early, which isn't true. So like I'm ready for it whenever it's out, right? Like whenever it comes out and whenever it's ready to play, then I'm ready to play it. Like it's just that simple to me, and that's the way I look at anything. So we finally hit the point where graphics of GTA games, yeah, no, it looks really good, man. It did. And we get GTA. No, I think honestly now, guys, that like it's coming out so soon. I think we might have to. I mean, like we will play GTA 5 before we're gonna play that. Like I'm curious like what some of these side activities are, right? As like somebody who like I was born in Florida, my family's in Florida. Like we gotta talk about fucking riding around the knees, having other shit like that going on, right? So I definitely want to see this happen. I do. The strip club, yeah, no doubt, right? And like this bullshit, etc. Right? I mean, this is all good. I like it. On PS5, yeah, hopefully it's better on the Pro, right? I mean, I would hope so. So yeah, I mean, I have no problem here. I saw my screen went offline twice. It did, like, it went from viewers it had to like 0 like 2 times. But like again, that's just what happens with that website. And how to turn ads off on my screen, I don't know. Like, it's funny how like, they tried to put ads on my screen for so long, and then they finally did, and then I started talking about politics, and then they made me take them off. It's just funny how that happened. So Turbo, because the ads, why watch it? Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm not really a big fan of fucking. I don't want to play ads. Like, I don't think anybody wants to watch an ad. Like, I mean, it's just really that. Like, what the fuck? Like, nobody wants to watch an ad. I mean, I get like on YouTube, like we gotta make money and like etc. But on a live stream, I just think it's inappropriate. So that's it. They said it would be 30 even on Pro. Yeah, I mean, like it's a next gen game, right? I mean, like this is gonna be the new normal, right? I would say so. So yeah, unable to load content. No, I have no doubt. I mean, it's probably fucked up big time. Like, I'll now refresh Twitch right now. Like, I'm gonna refresh this shit. Is it even working? Yeah, it's not even working. Like, it just says browse. Yeah, it doesn't even work. I look at live channels, like that doesn't even work. It's actually kind of embarrassing that they flopped out this bad on the preview. That's crazy that you flop out like that. Like actually, that's really, really bad. Like, don't refresh or anything, it'll probably mess it up. Because, like, I mean, you imagine, like, that was in my opinion, that was the funniest thing, right? Is that dude takes the other guy through the wall. And yeah, disasters, they Twitch, exactly, more crashes on streams than in the review. Yeah, I mean, like, it's Twitch, Amazon subsidiary. Yeah, like, I mean, as far as I know, like, on Kick, like, y'all, like, is on Kick, I'm pretty sure it's been fine, right? Like, there's been no fuck-ups on Kick. Like, I do. I would have paid $100 for Elden Ring. I with kindness for the soul is the third YouTube later on. But for this video, watch this. Nice that, myself. So they can use, that's right. See. Nice. Good voice. Oh, get fucked. That's right. That's right, bitch.
Cutie Cinderella opens up about her political beliefs and her decision to always vote Democrat. Here we go.
People acting like Cutie is Trump herself. I would like to make it very clear. I have voted blue every year since I've got the right to vote, and I've done so much advocacy work for everything I believe in. You know, pro-abortions, pro-gay rights.
Isn't it crazy that women's main issue is killing their kids? The world is a lot bigger than just whether you can kill your kid or not, right? I feel like there's a lot of things that are more important than that.
Pro-trans rights.
Do you want to have like adult men in like a women's bathroom with like little girls? Is that trans rights? What rights do trans people not have?
Pro-freaking immigrants. I'm fucking like, I don't know. I'm pro-love. I'm pro-kindness. I'm pro... bringing people together. That's all I've ever stood for, and it's just like so devastating to hear that I'm just not seen as those things anymore, even though years and years of years I've like been such a vocal advocate that it's just like, it's just depressing. But
they do that to you because you're white, you're affluent, and they want to tear you down. And you know what? I would feel bad, but you voted for having these deranged people in the country to begin with. What's pro-kindness about this? What's pro-kindness about this? Yep. What is pro-kindness? You were on a podcast with a person that literally openly said, I want to kill this person. Murder, political, singing, dressed up.
Might have noticed a
girl that gave
what my favorite flag
organization to the people that he's so kind.
Hello. Saved and fresh.
World. Said it before. Many so. Let me just heterodox conservative Donald Trump and look at what he is now. Interview. So I gotta go.
terms of finance department, and in fact, the reason we are able to use secondary sanctions is because we do not take their use lightly. So we believe that a warning shot and a level set of expectations is appropriate. And if people do not want to meet our expectations, then we expect, and they should expect, that they should leave the dollar system.
Okay, first of all, if you're saying why would I blow with money, what's it matter when you do it now, later, just for the outcome? Why would you want to do that? But secondly, about this story, I will love your comments. Why am I threatening to get people out of the dollar system, which is not good for our side?
I have no answer to that, Dan. I just don't understand what these people are thinking. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, let's just go to the China case. We tried the secondary sanctions strategy with them in 2025, and it backfired. They have significant economic leverage against us. The idea that we can threaten them economically, and they'll just take it, and they'll eventually realize they have to cooperate with us, is not a serious argument. And they've already made it clear that they're not going to cooperate with us. So I don't understand what Besson is talking about. And then when he says that he's not imposing all these sanctions right away because he doesn't want to blow up the international economy, you just sort of scratch your head and say, wow, does that mean that once they are imposed, the international economy is going to be blown up? This gets to your point. It's the difference between doing it today or tomorrow. And again, you just scratch your head when these people talk, and you sort of say, haven't you thought this thing through? Don't you have a coherent strategy in place? And the answer, of course, is no, because as we've come to understand, just watching the Trump administration in action since last January 2025, this is a gang you can't shoot straight. And you know, if you read the newspapers, you read the different websites where you have various kinds of experts talking about what likely the success of this new economic strangulation campaign are or is, almost everybody thinks it's going to fail. It's not like there are a handful of really smart people who understand how markets work and the international economy works more generally who are saying that this stands a really good chance of working. Everybody seems to think it's going to fail. Which again gets back to the question, what is the administration thinking? And the fact is, Dan, I mean, what's going on here is that they're desperate. They tried every trick in the book. They started a major air campaign, they went blockade, then they signed a memorandum of understanding, then they went for tit for tat, then they went back to blockade, and none of that worked. The Iranians were still standing. And again, the balance of military coercion, we cannot underestimate this. The balance of military coercion now favors the Iranians, not the Americans. When this war started, the Americans were in the driver's seat in terms of employing military force. We thought we had a very powerful hammer that we could use against them and get our way. But as time has gone by, it's become clear that we do not have a military card left to play. Just think about that. We do not have a military card left to play. It's the Iranians who have a military card. If this war escalates, well, let's put it differently. If we go back to a shooting war, because we don't have a shooting war now between the Iranians and the Americans, I think in all likelihood it would be the Iranians who initiate that war. If you listen to the Iranians talk, they talk in very offensively oriented terms. They're basically saying the best defense is good offense. This is the Iranians. This is not the way they were talking when the war first started. It's not how they were talking in the early months of the war. And again, what you see has happened here is that the balance of military coercion has shifted almost decisively in their favor. It's a truly remarkable situation. And so here we are trying to figure out a way to bring them to their knees with maximum economic pressure. But if you go back to 2015, that's when the JCPOA was signed, and then ran forward to 2018, and Trump pulled out of it. Trump said that I'm going to put maximum pressure on the Iranians, and he has gone to enormous lengths, as did Joe Biden, and as Trump number 2, to put maximum pressure on the Iranians. But it hasn't worked. And there's no reason when you look at the historical record and you think about how these things work to expect this strategy to get the Iranians to quit. One final point, Danny, before I go over you. You might remember that from Iran's point of view, this is an existential threat. The United States and Israel are genocidal states. President Trump has used all sorts of genocidal language in talking about the Iranians and what he plans to do to them. And furthermore, the United States has, along with Israel, of course, engaged in a genocide in Gaza. If you're the Iranians, the idea that you can reach some sort of compromise settlement with the United States, or that you can concede defeat to the United States, you're going to surrender, is almost out of the question. You have to fight to the death. Again, you're up against an existential threat here. You're up against the United States of America and Israel. And I think, given the fact that the Iranians think they're facing an existential threat, they are extremely unlikely to throw up their hands and surrender just because we've upped the economic ante on them.
Yeah, it would be almost irrational for them to do so, illogical, and
suicidal.
Suicidal. They don't appear to be suicidal. They certainly have in their previous 47 years. I'd like to review on the last part here. Instead of just looking at the Iran part of this, I'm having a hard time understanding what the mentality is behind that to actually say out loud that you're threatening to get people out of the dollar system when we're trying to keep more people in. How do you see that? I think it's crazy. It makes no sense at all. My reaction when I first heard that is that he must have misspoke. I mean, you and I both know from being on shows like this and talking to audiences that you sometimes inadvertently say something that you later say, well, I can't believe I said that. I thought, I don't know for sure, but I thought when he said that he just misspoke because it makes no sense at all. It would be disastrous for the United States if countries started abandoning the dollar system. It's just not in our interest at all. I mean, I think everybody knows that. So I can't give you a rational explanation for why he said that. And you know what he said at the end of the soundbite, I mean, it didn't sound like a misspoke. It sounded like he meant what he said. That he thought somehow that would coerce people to do what they wanted to stay inside the dollar system. But we'll wait and see how that one can play out. You mentioned many of most of the experts that are out there on the mainstream media, whatever, all saying it's not going to work, except for one mainstream outlet, and that's Fox News, where almost everyone is traded upon saying that this is going to be a great deal and it's definitely going to work. One of whom is Mike Pompeo.
That's important too. He laid down the moral case for why the United States is engaging these. From D-Day to victory was quite time. It didn't happen overnight, and so we'll have to be patient. They impose these sanctions after the timelines we're going to get grace, so folks can make transitions. It will still take time for them to feel the pressure. He mentioned both aviation and energy. The aviation industry provides a lot of money to the IRGC, and if people all air travel in and out of Iran is closed down, that's a significant step. A couple of reports asked questions about Chinese banks. It's always been something that we have been very careful about. Secondary sanctions about Chinese banks to actually execute a real D-Day. Secondary sanctions against Chinese banks will have to be imposed.
Now, you know a lot about Chinese. There's kind of point off his comments there, but let's start with that one. What success rate do you think that he's going to have at getting Chinese banks to actually buckle to our pressure?
He may get some banks to buckle to our pressure. I can't say for sure. But the Chinese, in general, made it clear that they're not going to play ball. I don't know the specifics of what exactly we're going to do and what exactly the Chinese will do in response. It's hard to say at this point, and I haven't studied the issue that carefully. But the Chinese made it clear that they're not going to let this work. As I said before, they have powerful economic cards to play, and they have a powerful strategic interest in making sure that we lose in the war against Iran. But I don't know exactly what banks can do X or Y and what we will do with those banks and how the Chinese will respond. It's just not an area I know that much about.
And they did put this out in Global Times earlier today. They said in direct reaction to this, economic D-Day, the U.S. has picked the wrong script for sanctioning Iran. And in the process of this, the article here they specifically mentioned that last May that they had passed legislation that prohibited other banks from actually doing what we wanted. And then what they did by this article was Washington is opening multiple fronts at once, waging economic war against Iran while simultaneously fighting sanctions battle with China, India, Turkey, and the European allies. This has been threatened countries to cooperate with the dollar system. They saw that same comment. It is blatant weaponization of the dollar, turning the global financial system into a tool of unilateral punishment. China has a comprehensive range of legal and policy tools at its disposal and will take all necessary measures to firmly safeguard its legitimate rights and interests. That does not sound like that they are waffling between submitting to what Besson wants to do or maybe trying something different. Sounds to me, as you suggested, they're saying, yeah, we ain't doing that.
I think they've made that manifestly clear. Again, I don't know the details. This is something that is above my pay grade, but there's just no question that the Chinese are not going to let this happen. And I think the Chinese are not the only country. I don't think the Turks are going to play ball, the Russians are going to play ball, and I actually think the UAE won't play ball either. But we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. By the way, I didn't know anything was about your pay grade.
If only.
Pompeo there said, listen, you have to be patient. This is going to take some time. Okay, on that point there, do we have the time? Let me show you this from President Trump. I was talking to Glenn Beck earlier today. He made a certain account about how he sees the issue of time in a certain sense.
Iran, which will, I think, will be ending failure. You could really say the Strait is open. We take a lot of ships through the Strait now. When they come in, the mines are gone. We got rid of the mines, but the Strait is functioning. It's a functioning Strait. Yes, every once in a while there'll be a drone or a rocket or something shot, but it is a very functioning Strait. A lot of oil is pouring out. 10 million barrels yesterday.
Yeah, but is it really open? Because when you look at non-White House statements, this is from the U.S. Joint Maritime Information Center. It says the Hormuz traffic remains sharply reduced. Count 36. First of all, this is from the bottom. No, sorry, this is this is the Strait of Hormuz first. It counted 36 U.S. facility transits on August 23 and 24, and a combined 48 hour period compared with 2025 baseline roughly 138 vessels per day. But then you also have the bottom dock, which the organization counted 76 transits across those same 2 days, averaging 38 per day compared with 23 baseline of 61. So that was about half, and then you see it significantly reduced from the Strait of Hormuz. So the oil is not flowing out, and when you look at some of the details about how much is getting out, it was a lot less than that, like 1.5 to 3 million barrels, not 10 million barrels per day. Then you look at the consequence of that on the U.S. and our strategic petroleum reserve continues to dwindle. It is now to the lowest point since 1982, and you can see it's not going to go too much further, and it's going to get down to the lowest it's ever been. Particularly in the part, you'll start having damage to the facilities that are hosting this and the caverns and all that kind of stuff. We seem to be playing a process, and it looks to me like we don't actually have time to let this thing play out. We haven't yet. That's what we're trying to do. What's going to happen?
Just talk about what's coming out of Strait before it moves. And you can talk about it in terms of the amount of oil, million barrels a day, or in terms of the number of ships that are going through. Those are two different indicators, of course, they correlate with each other. But let's just talk about ships. Before February 28th, on average, there were probably about 130 ships a day going through the Strait. And according to most accounts that I've read, and these are from experts, not from the administration, probably somewhere in the range of 9 to 12 ships are getting out every day. So you've gone from 140 down to 9 to 12 ships a day. The Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright, said last week that he believed 15 ships were going through. Some people said they thought 20 ships a day were going through as a result of U.S. naval efforts to escort these ships. But most experts say that might happen on one day. But on average, 9 to 12 ships are getting through. If you think about it, if there were 130 ships on February 27th and there are only 9 to 12 ships going through today, according to the experts outside of the administration, this tells you we are in a lot of trouble. And by the way, I was looking at the number of ships that were going through when the MOU was signed and the Strait was actually opened up. And if my memory's correct, that number was around 40 ships a day. So we still were not close to the 130 ships a day. And this all tells you that we have a real problem. Now, that problem has been mitigated by a number of factors. And as far as the Gulf is concerned, the key factor is that there's a pipeline in Saudi Arabia that runs to the Red Sea. And then there is a pipeline in the United Arab Emirates that runs to a port on the Sea of Oman called Fujairah. And quite a bit of oil has been getting out of the Gulf. And not going through the Strait of Hormuz, but going through the Saudi pipeline and the UAE pipeline. But now that the Houthis have stopped in good part Saudi shipping coming out of the Red Sea, all of that Saudi oil that was being diverted through the pipeline into the Red Sea and through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait has been substantially reduced. So a lot less oil is coming out of the Persian Gulf now than was coming out of the Persian Gulf on February 27th. Now, there are other factors that have compensated for this. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which you were referencing, is one, but that's not. A bottomless pit, and all the indications are that we're getting reasonably close to the bottom of that pit. And then there's Chinese demand. I mean, one of the reasons that we haven't had massive inflation with regard to oil prices is because the Chinese have significantly reduced their demand and compensated for the fact that a lot of those ships are not getting through the Strait of Hormuz. And the question is, what's going to happen with Chinese demand moving forward? There's some indications, not a lot, but some indications that Chinese demand for imported oil is going up. That's true. That will cause the price of oil to go up. But there are a lot of different factors at play. And when you look at this over the long term, it's not a pretty picture for the United States. And this, of course, is why President Trump is trying to end this war as quickly as possible. President Trump is desperate. And the reason that he is desperate is that this situation has huge consequences for the future of the international economy. And President Trump, you remember, when he signed a memorandum of understanding, remember President Trump said he was wary of an economic catastrophe. He said that. And he said he didn't want to be Herbert Hoover. Well, the situation has not gotten any better since when he signed a memorandum of understanding back on June 17th. And he's still in a situation where he has to be extremely careful because there are all these forces at play that are pushing the economy, the international economy, into a danger zone. And on top of all that, he has a midterm election. And so I think that he's going to do everything he can to end this war. And that's why we've gone for this strangulation policy. Again, the question is you have to ask yourself whether it's going to work or not. And you and I are betting it's not going to work. And let's assume it'll work. Then the $64,000 question is, what does President Trump do next? Does he get down on his knees and throw up his hands? Hard to imagine. If he doesn't do that, where will we go from there?
Yeah, I'm just talking information out of the Iranian side. They're thinking, and I think you mentioned war opposite turns. When they're going to say, hey, we're going to start pushing back out, we'll see how it's going to work out. I want to shift gears here, remaining time to the other war that also is playing on President Trump's midterm agenda and trying to figure out what he's going to do. Trying to get out of that problem here. That's the Ukraine war, of course. Let's take a look, first of all, the great things are from Ukraine side. They had this big celebration on the 35th anniversary. All kinds of people go there. Andy Byrne was there, Vice President, former Vice President Pence was there. We're going to hear from him in a minute. But let's take a look at the context of that, because even though he made some really Zelensky, some very aggressive in your face comments toward Russia, all the fact he was winning. When you take a look kind of up in the air, I don't think the Ukraine side's doing very good. They're basically starved. They're virtually out of the factory. They ran bad interceptors. They're now using other kinds of things, some German stuff from French, but they don't have that many of them, etc. And it's hard to understand how you can continue to fight war when you're starting now at 4.5 year mark, where you have effectively no air defense in the capital city, and even in the front lines, we'll see that too. That especially when glide bombs and artillery have really no defense. And one thing you got is some of those carry with drones. When you're so far down all these categories, how do you keep trying to stay afloat?
Well, I think, Danny, that your commentary is on the money, but you missed one very important point, and that was the Russian air campaign against Odessa and the other Black Sea ports. The Russians have basically shut down all Ukraine's ports on the Black Sea, and Ukraine is now a landlocked country. And given all the agricultural goods and even industrial goods that went through those ports, and also given the fact that a lot of military equipment came in through those ports, this is having a huge impact on Ukraine's economy. It is very important to understand that Ukraine is being wrecked here. Let's put aside what's happening on the battlefield. This is a country that's being wrecked. It has suffered hundreds of thousands of deaths and a lot more casualties on top of that. Its cities are being wrecked, its transportation network is being wrecked, and it's being turned into a landlocked country. And that is having huge economic consequences. And those economic consequences will be felt on the battlefield. The only thing that keeps this country afloat from an economic point of view, and of course from a military point of view as well, is all the assistance that the West is giving Ukraine, so that it can continue to act as a battering ram against Russia. But the end result is that this smaller and weaker country, Ukraine, is being devastated. It's just absolutely horrible what's happening to Ukraine. That's at a general level. But then if you go down and look at what's happening on the battlefield. There are just countless reports that say, and these are reports that come from the Ukrainian side, more so than from the Russian side, that Ukraine does not have the manpower to thickly populate the forward edge of the battle area, so that there are big holes or gaps in the front lines that the Russians are taking advantage of. And the draft dodging problem that the Ukrainians have, and the AWOL problem that the Ukrainians have, there's no way they're going to find the manpower to fill up the ranks on the front lines and thickly populate the forward edge of the battle area. It's not going to happen. And you marry that to the fact that you said that we have thousands of artillery, you look at who has flight bombs, who doesn't have flight bombs, and so forth and so on. It's just hard to imagine that the Ukrainians can win this war on the battlefield. And then marry that to what I was saying about what's happening to the Ukrainian economy. And then marry that to what the Russians are doing in terms of their air campaign against the transportation network, and how difficult it's become for the Ukrainians to move forces from rear areas of the front lines. You go on and on, and then look at what's happening in terms of support in the West for Ukraine. The United States is nowhere near as enthusiastic at this point in time in helping the Ukrainians as they were back in the Biden days and even in the early Trump days. We're not providing support like we once did. We don't have munitions, we don't have patriots, as you just said. And then look at the polls. There's a big piece in the Guardian today about how polls have turned on the Ukrainians. When the war first started, the polls were among Ukraine's staunchest supporters, both politically and militarily. They gave them lots of equipment. The polls have done 180-degree turns. People should just look at that article in the Guardian. And we should think about what the future is for European support in terms of countries like France, once Macron leaves office in 2027. In Germany, where the AfD is on the march, and the governing classes of recent decades don't look like they have much in the future. But put all these pieces together, I don't see how you can tell a happy story about how Ukraine ends up winning this war or even stymieing the Russians in any meaningful way. And my final point on this is everything that the West and the Ukrainians do to up the ante against the Russians just gives the Russians greater incentive to take more territory and run a tougher deal. I've said this, of course, ad nauseum, but getting Ukraine to continue to act as a battering ram and talking about knocking Russia out of the ranks of the great powers is not going to help the Ukrainians. It's going to make a bad situation. I mean, but it's going to make a terrible situation for worse.
Yeah, it's not a bad situation. But there are still those that in the West that don't seem to be willing to acknowledge the reality that you just talked about. But just in that one short little commentary that you just made right there, any rational person would say, we need super peace. We need to bring this thing to an end as quickly as we can because all we're going to do is more casualties, losing more people, losing more territory, etc. So let's stop the bleeding now because otherwise we're going to But that's not what's happening. As a matter of fact, at the same 35th anniversary, you had another Mike Pence making some commentary, but this is from the Atlantic Council. So they're saying, hey, you know what we really need to do is we need to surge interceptor donations from the gas while helping Kiev strike the fire alongside the Russian facility behind Russia's missile campaign. So they're saying, listen, I know they're kind of long air defense, let's give all the rest of the stuff that we have, and then that way, while we continue to strike alongside, etc. But I've been showing this here recently. I think the context is super important here. Let's take a look at what you're talking about. What Russia has been doing in the small little red circle of Ukraine for the last about 3 years has been systematically getting all the same categories, and it's still not right Ukraine's needs. And now that Ukraine has, just in the last number of months, started getting some of the same categories as Russia, but Russia's a little bigger, so they have to spread these things out. And the idea that the little guy is going to stand up under about a small fraction of the drones and missiles, the bigger guy is going to somehow collapse. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
You're absolutely right. I mean, first of all, we've got hardly any examples in any of the historical record of air campaigns.
Hate this fucking game, dude.
Surrender, and you have to defeat them on the battlefield to get the other side to surrender. And as you pointed out, the Russians have been slamming Ukraine for a long, long time. They have been inflicting devastating attacks on Ukraine from the air since the war started. And if anything, the intensity and the number of those attacks has only increased over time. And that has not caused Ukraine to surrender. Why would anybody think that a Ukrainian air campaign that's based mainly on drones, not on ballistic missiles, not on glide bombs, mainly on drones, and some cruise missiles for sure, but mainly on drones, is going to bring the Russians to surrender? Or create a situation where the population rises up and overthrows Putin? I think that's the basic idea here. The Russian population is soft. They don't like this war. They're unhappy with Putin. All you have to do is drive that point home to them. They'll revolt. Putin will leave. And then, of course, Putin's replacement will be a pussycat. And right. I mean, if Putin has a replacement, it won't be a pussycat. It will be somebody who thought that Putin was a pussycat. And it's not going to really up the ante. Of course, what Putin is now doing is he's really up the ante. I want to make one other point about this, Danny. I long suspected, and I'm not 100% sure I'm right, but I think I'm right, that the battle between Syrski and the Minister of Defense, where Zelensky fired the Minister of Defense and then was forced to fire Syrski, I think was not so much a battle that was driven by personality differences. That may have been true. I think that what happened was the Minister of Defense, what was his name? Fedorov was deeply interested in committing lots of Russian resources to the drone campaign. And Fedorov believed that that was going to produce victory. Syrski thought that what was most important was to win on the battlefield, or at least to stymie the Russians on the battlefield. And taking precious resources away from the battlefield for the drone war did not make sense. Fedorov, I think, supported by many in the West, really liked this idea of generating all sorts of videos that showed these drones, blowing up this or that target inside Russia. And finally, it came to a head. Syrski prevailed with Zelensky, and he fired Fedorov. And I think it's because the drone campaign ultimately did not work. And Syrski believed that they were in great trouble. They never up on the front lines. And of course, Zelensky was then forced to fire Syrski. And I can't say that I'm 100% confident in this judgment either, but I actually think Syrski was quite competent, if not very competent in general. I think that given the hand he was playing, he was not playing a strong hand. He did a very good job of stymieing the Russian offensives. He did not stop them. He just slowed them down. And the Russians have not made great progress by any means. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that Syrski was very competent in general. But anyway, he's gone now. And they expended all these precious resources on this air campaign. If I had been in the driver's seat in Ukraine, I would place very little emphasis on the drone campaign, long-range drone campaign. And I would have concentrated on building drones to use on the front lines and doing everything I could to strengthen the frontline forces, all for the purposes of slowing down the Russian offensive and convincing the Russians that way to come to the negotiating table. I'm not saying it would work. I just think that the possibility of success would have been greater that way.
Yeah, it's a 6-1-12, a half dozen the other. Because which way you want to die slower? That's what we're at. Because you're telling me that it's unwinnable. Whatever you're going to do, so you can do it slower, or you can, I don't know, you can be not slower. But here's another compounding problem. I mentioned the 35th anniversary situation where Andy Burnham made comment that he's 100% behind Ukraine and that he's going to thanking Ukraine. He went into elaborate lengths to say how much we appreciate you. You're on the front line, so just both things. Yeah, y'all keep on fighting here. And Vice President Pence, former Vice President Pence, also was there, and he's also getting a lot of really positive, optimistic statements.
They just marked 35 years since the fall of the Soviet Union. They have supported and defended their freedom every day since. They will never surrender their freedom. The real challenge now is those ballistic missiles that Russia is beginning to fire. I think it's evidence of their desperation. President Zelensky and the Ukrainian military have changed the nature of warfare with their drone technology, taking attacks straight into Moscow, sinking ships in the Black Sea. Russia firing those high-arc ballistic missiles. They're going to need some interceptors, whether they're Patriots, THAAD, or from other sources to make it through the winter. The time has come for America and our allies across the free world to make sure they have.
Why is it on us to make sure they have when we already don't have enough even to give to Ukraine? We don't even have enough in our world if it should go back high again. I mean, what do you make of these kinds of comments from both Andy Burnham as well as Pence? Yeah, we just need the Atlantic Council too, that the one there were saying, yeah, let's surge interceptor donations to plug the gaps. Where is this going? And what is the value to us if we encourage our inventory of these important missiles? Even if they're not effective, they still have some ability. Why would we want to do that?
Well, we don't want to do it, and we're not going to do it. There's no question about that. You remember when we were talking about the Iran war and we talked about balanced military coercion? The United States clearly does not want to go back on the offensive militarily because we don't have the weaponry. We've used up so many of our precious munitions, and this includes the Pershings, the PAC-3 missiles. So I mean, we're going to take what precious munitions we have left with regard to PAC-3s, or Pershings, I mean, Patriot,
the PAC-3s,
yeah, PAC-3s, and give them to Ukraine. It's just not in the cards. I don't know what Pence is talking about when he said the Russians are beginning to launch ballistic missiles at Ukraine. Beginning? Is he serious? This is not beginning. We have no PAC-3s to give them. And further, we're going to give them the PAC-3s as we talked about on the show before. These things are very effective. The idea that this is some sort of magic weapon that's going to shut down the Russian ballistic missile, cruise missile, and drone campaign is not a serious argument. So I agree with you and your earlier point that no matter what the Ukrainians do, they're doing.
So here's the puzzling part for me. If you're right, and we're not going to give them this, surge of Patriot missiles and THAADs and whatever else. If we don't have them, what we have, we're not going to get to them. If we're going to do that, why can't say this? Why does Burnham say this? Why does the Council say this? When they know we're not going to do it, and then you know that, as I put in that first headline earlier, that the air defensive decisions are just undefended. At the same time, considering the desperation, the Russians are expanding and accelerating the production of these missiles. Not right now. They're not producing even more. So the balance is just continuing to tilt away from the Ukraine side. Why do we keep talking about this? It cannot work. And it's not going to do anything except for end the way you said it.
Well, I think the bottom line here, Danny, is that the discourse in the United States about national security issues, and this of course includes the Iran war and the Ukraine war, is in good part divorced from reality. I don't know what else to say. I mean, one of the sort of standard discussions that you and I have on the show is all about the question of how our elites, whether they're governing elites or people in the media or public policy analysts, can say things that bear little resemblance to reality, that don't fit with facts and logic. How can this be? That's a question you constantly ask me. And it's a hard question to answer because one just wonders, what are these people thinking? What they're saying doesn't square with reality. I mean, what is Pence talking about when he says we should give more PAC-3 missiles to the Ukrainians? He knows we don't have them to give, but he says it anyway.
Yeah, it's just, I think that's the question. Well, there's one thing I haven't considered. There's this rational thought that wants to do this in a circuitous way, and there keeps not being one. And so it's hard for me to understand how these allegedly intelligent people keep saying things that are so unintelligent. But there we have it. Let me show you who's not talking that way. That is on the Russian side. First of all, look, they've been making some additional offensive moves around the Sumy area. This is in the northern part of Iran. So they've expanded their offensive operations up here. They're now moving to Carlson supply lines. Those new radars arrows indicate the new line of attack that Russia's making up there. Meanwhile, the Ukraine side has attempted some stuff down in the Liman area, but as all other counterattacks, they fizzle out. So whenever they've succeeded for times, they lose more than the attempt, but then the Russians immediately hold it and then they move back to retake it. There's additional moves in Zaporizhia in the south where they're continuing to move offensively up there too. And all of my contact, even though there hasn't been a lot of territory gain, the missiles and the drones and the artillery continue to keep shredding the number of Ukraine troops. I saw a detailed analysis just yesterday that showed that 97% of all the casualties in this war right on both sides of the line are are not at the point of contact, but away from it in the gray zone. So Russia doesn't even have to take a lot of territory, and yet it still looks like these huge casualties with the superiority of firepower. All that ties together, and the Russians are not afraid to say what they're going to do out loud. Here was the Russian ambassador in Benzia at the United Security Council, I think it was yesterday or the day before, where he very plainly and openly laid out what their objectives are.
We continue to methodically undermine the Kyiv regime's military potential. On August 15th to 21st, they carried out 1 massive and 9 group strikes involving high-precision weapons and strike UAVs, targeting military infrastructure facilities. Over the same period, 14 sea vessels using the interests of the Ukrainian army were hit, including 2 tankers, 10 dry cargo vessels, and 2 patrol boats. Make no mistake, and do not mislead others. Western weapons are being shipped to Ukrainian ports aboard presumably civilian vessels under the guise of commercial cargo. It is port facilities used to receive and store military cargo and fuel that were rendered non-operational. This is the real picture that Kyiv prefers to ignore. The Russian army is advancing on the ground while simultaneously depriving the Ukrainian army of the means to supply, produce weapons, and proceed with hostilities.
I mean, is he just throwing bladder up there? Is he saying what's not true, or is that some version of reality?
No, I think what he said is basically correct. It dovetails with the point that I was making earlier in the show about us attacking the ports along the Black Sea, Ukrainian ports on the Black Sea. As I pointed out, that is very difficult for agricultural and industrial goods produced inside Ukraine to get out into world markets, because roughly 90+% of Ukraine's agricultural goods go out through the Black Sea, and somewhere between 70 and 75% of their industrial and agricultural goods together go out through the Black Sea ports. One cannot underestimate how important Black Sea ports are for Ukraine's economy. Again, Ukraine's economy underpins the war effort in the war. In addition to that, this is what the ambassador was talking about, weapons come into Ukraine via the Black Sea. You can ship lots of weaponry via a cargo ship, and those cargo ships carrying weapons can no longer use those Black Sea ports. Again, the Russians have rendered Ukraine a landlocked country, and this has huge economic and military consequences. And then in addition to that, as I said before, the Russians are tearing apart the transportation network, the energy network, and so forth and so on inside of Ukraine. They've been purposely targeting, for example, gas stations in the eastern part of the country, making it very difficult for cars and trucks to move along roads to get from point A to point B. The fact is that if you look at the balance of air power, the Russians have an overwhelming advantage in terms of ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, glide bombs, and I believe even drones. They don't have an overwhelming advantage. They have an advantage. The other areas, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, there they have, and obviously glide bombs, they have an overwhelming advantage. And they have been using those weapons with bandit, especially since July of this year. And that's when they went to work on the Odessa sites, the Odessa ports, and the other ports along the Black Sea.
So just kind of wrap this session up here. How long can we go on with fiction here? How long can we keep saying this nonsensical stuff like I just showed you? If I showed you that and you run around, it was just, you thought aliens, you thought they were on top of all these categories, 7 on 5. But how long can fiction go on before reality eventually imposes itself?
Well, you remember we're now into the 5th year of the war, of the Ukraine war, and you can tell a happy story from a Ukrainian point of view for probably the first 2 years of the war. But I'd say for the last 2.5 years of the war, it was clear that the Ukrainians were doomed. But we have, for the past 2.5 years, continued to tell these stories about how Ukraine is stymieing the Russians or actually defeating the Russians. And I think there's no reason that we can't go on telling these stories until the day comes when Ukraine clearly loses on the battlefield. As I've long said, and I know you agree with this, this war's going to be settled on the battlefield. And it will come a point at some juncture where it is clear that Ukraine has lost, and within our system, get a frozen conflict.
It's a nutter.
But I think until that point comes, people will continue to make these arguments about how well Ukraine is doing. By the way, I think, Danny, if you compare the Ukraine war with the Iran war, I think with regard to Iran, most analysts, most policymakers, I think, understand that we've lost in Iran. The discourse about Iran at this point in time, I think, is much more rational legal than the discourse about Ukraine. We continue to argue, Europeans continue to argue, the Western leaders continue to argue, Ukraine can hang on, and the Russians are not doing very well, and we just do X, Y, and Z, give them back threes, or what have you. This is all going to turn out much better than most people expect, certainly much better than pessimists like you and I think. You see a lot of that rhetoric still at play with regard to Ukraine. With regard to Iran, I think people understand we are in deep trouble, and that the other side, Iranians, have the advantage. And I think most people recognize that we have a military option left. That's done. And we're now down to this strangulation campaign. As I said before, any given medium, there's very few people, indeed, hardly any people in public domain who are making the argument that this is going to work. And this includes a lot of experts. A lot of people know more about blockades than you and I do in terms of what the effects are on the state's economy. But I think there's just a lot more realism than there are vis-a-vis Iran and Ukraine.
You know, kind of like the comments. He said this was for the asphyxiation of the Iranian regime in time. Maybe we saved ourselves financially by trying to impose this. But like all these things, we'll continue to watch these videos. As always, we're very deeper. At least bring some reality into the fiction here. We need a lot more of that. And obviously, really, speaking of our argument, here's a YouTube channel where he has talked for a week or so, and he's up there. You both those. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you next time.
My pleasure, Danny. I look forward to it as well.
And we will see you guys back this afternoon at 2 p.m. where Matt Hope will be back with us today. He'll bring his observations on some of these key areas we see of the Iran war. You'll see how talk what is going on. I'm back to see Matt Hope. See him and later. There's still the Russia-Ukraine war going on. And underneath that, there's a couple of important things that have over your attention, or ISIS attention, if you want. Number one is the European Union has first started another sanctions package on Russia. I think the 20th, they're trying to get another 21st. I guess they just don't know where it hasn't changed. They're going to keep trying. Then they also approved, because they Orban defeated, a $90 billion loan package to Ukraine, which first one here applause.
In spring, we have said that we would deliver 90 billion loan for Ukraine, one way or the other. Now we make good on this promise. We will disperse the first tranche of 45 billion euros for 2026, still this autumn. 1/3 for budgetary needs and 2/3 for Ukraine's defense. And the first event package on loans from Ukraine to Ukraine worth some 6 billion euros. So
I'm tired as hell. tired, bro.
message is very clear. We will
Dude, like, thanks for the 10 pounds, Kelpie. Yeah. My arm is pretty cut. Why am I so fucking bad at this shit?
Please play my game and rate it.
Oh my god, I just...
Did you die? Wait. Look at the I sent you because I died. Wait. It's in the Discord, bro.
Please! Please! Bro, it's still not even working, bro. Chat, let's see if it works. Chat, let's see if it works. Wait, I think we live now.
No, you're right.
Hello. Saved or fresh?
Okay. And then?
What the actual fuck is that, bro? What is that bullshit, man? Bro, that shit got me mad as hell. Like, I don't understand, bro. 20 kills second gets you down. I did not know. Sorry, fucking type of goofy ass shit is that.
Important to get good at if you want to go pro. But we need
That shit got me
this is going to
pissed.
understanding when you start practicing against the better and better players. If you can't have 100% awareness of your enemy, you're either building and editing too much or too fast. The truth is, when playing against other pro players, you won't get a lot of opportunities to eliminate them. Chances are, you'll only get a single one. So missing that opportunity because you mess up a build or edit, or worse, because of bad awareness, is something you can't allow yourself if you want to go pro in this game. Practice your mechanics on complete awareness and consistency, and I can guarantee you'll reach a higher peak than if you focus on speed and looking good. Next up, we need to talk about understanding when to force out a mistake and when to wait for your opponent to make one. I've often referred to this as tempo switching in the past, which is a way cooler word, but this is seriously something that is so important to get good at if you want to go pro. How many times have you played fights and
Bro, I'm
tagged a
so
player
mad
for
right now,
150
guys.
and tried applying pressure, but no?
Oh my god. This is gonna take longer now.
I got combat. Wait, Dedrick,
I'm like, fucking missed. Bro, how does he shoot me through all of that shit? Wait. I can't, bro. I'm playing before. I'm actually playing in my life, I'm playing bro. I'm about to get jumped in another I'm not just caught the fucking minute. Oh yeah, bro. God, that shit made me like wanna get off. There's no way, bro. Rank system is a joke. Like, really get rid of fucking spawn protection, bro. About to be the shit that they threw to me, fuck you. I'm keying them again if I see. What? I'm keying them again, I don't give a fuck, I'm weird. 3 times, I'm sorry, bro, I gotta do it. Shit, bro, I might be done. I might be done. This might be the play, this might not be the play. Fuck it. Oh, this is not the play. 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 This is not the fucking play, bro. Oh my fucking god. That was not the fucking play, bro. I almost had a fucking goofy ass moment on stream. Gotta drop a 50 literally, bro. How did I go down there though? That shit is insane. No, I'm dead. I can't build. Please, Fortnite, please. Just help me out this for fucking one time, bro. I didn't have to glitch like that, bro. I couldn't even grab the loot, so I can't rotate in now. Gotta win. Wow.